Good afternoon, everyone. We are here on the 14th of January at 1 p.m. for a special called board meeting to fill the District 4 vacancy. All of our board members are in attendance, along with our board attorney and our board administrator. And we are live streaming this so that folks in District 4 who would like to view this and see who their representative is going to be can also follow along from home. And since we've determined a quorum, let's go ahead and join in on saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So this process is somewhat familiar to some of us, brand new to some, and for some of us, it's our first time on this side of the table for this process. So we're going to have a brief talk about what the interview process is going to look like. Jonathan's going to help us out with that. And before we get started, I do just want to make a note that of our 5 candidates, one did write this morning saying that they are withdrawing their candidacy. So our 3 o'clock interview with Mr. Lonnie Irvin will be an extended break for the board. He wrote this morning to personally thank us for extending the opportunity for the interview for the vacancy, but he has chosen to focus on growing the mission and vision of the business that he represents. So we have 4 candidates for this interview process. Jonathan, you want to start us off?
Thank you. You all are following your normal process and developed questions. It's a uniform interview. I'll just speak to traditionally, and then if anybody has a concern with it, please speak up. But traditionally, the candidate has come in and been given an opportunity to speak for a period of time, 3 to 5 minutes, whatever the pleasure of the board may be, 3 minutes. It's not a hard stop typically, but an opportunity to express their interest. Then the questions have occurred, and then following up at the end of that, typically the candidate's been, if there are any final comments that you'd like to make. So let me start with that. Does anybody have a concern with that process today? Okay, great. Following all of the interviews that per your last board meeting, there would be an opportunity for the board to vote on it. Again, the practice has been that the board would vote on filling a vacancy by written ballot, which you would sign, it's dated, and you would only vote for one person, and that it would require 5 votes, since there's 8 of you here, a majority. If it's not who gets the most votes, you would need 5. If there's a situation where there's not 5 on the first round, then we have additional ballots, and there would be a second or so round on it. Lonnie Irvin is listed on the ballot, so you'll need to cross that out when it gets sent around. One bit of housekeeping, that just by policy, the board operates by voice vote, except for chair or vice chair, but with the understanding in policy that it says the board at any time can vote by majority to proceed by written ballot. So if you wish to follow your past practice of written ballots on the filling of a vacancy, then this would be an appropriate time for the board to consider doing that by motion.
So moved.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the vote by written ballot as opposed to voice vote. Any discussion?
Well, and it would be a ballot that will be public once cast.
100%. They're part of the minutes and available in the superintendent's office for viewing, so to speak.
Thank
Yes.
you for
Thank
confirming.
you.
All right. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor of casting written ballots instead of doing voice votes, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? All right.
And that covered what I wanted to say. If there's questions to me from a policy process perspective, please let me know. But I just wanted to cover the interview and the voting process.
Okay, so about 3 minutes of an introduction for a candidate, and then we have our 10 questions. 2 of you were randomly selected to ask 2 questions since there are only 8 of us. And it's kind of done in a round-robin style. And about 2 to 3 minutes for any closing statements that the candidate would like to share at the end. Any other questions, thoughts before we get our first candidate in? Ms. Kushner.
I was just going to ask you, Chairman Happy, how you'll keep time so that we don't have a 2-hour interview with any of these candidates.
Right. So I'll have a timer going, and I'll do a check, because I think we have about 45 minutes for each candidate. Ms. Allen, is that about what we have scheduled?
I think that's what was understood.
So I will just let everyone know when there's, about 10 minutes, 5 minutes left.
And so some candidates may risk not answering all our questions if they're running out of time. I think we just need to be either limit each question to them.
I think we've done it in the past where we've kind of, I believe, and, I know other people have done this more often than I, just kind of, if we're going to go through and hopefully get the questions answered, but not have a time limit for each question.
So I think it's fair to let each candidate know that there will be 10 questions.
Yes.
That with some opening and closing, any opening and closing comments means roughly 3 minutes apiece, right? If it's 45 minutes divided by 10, it'd be 4.5 minutes, but then if we give the opening and closing, so just so that they can gauge.
Oh, yeah, front loading, we're not going to surprise anybody.
Right, but basically, if we just let each candidate know that there will be 10 questions, so roughly 3-ish minutes per answer on average is appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
I would say if you get 35 minutes in, so there's about 10 minutes left, and particularly if they're running late, you might want to just say, there's about 10 minutes left in the interview in terms of gauging your answers. Yeah.
Okay, can do.
Thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
No problem.
I will say, again, I would also probably like to make sure we just tell them at the top our expectations. I personally am not a fan of holding people to 3 minutes per question
No.
because they might only have a 2-second answer to one question. So I
Right.
prefer for them to know up front how many questions, what we anticipate the time frame, and let them know you'll give them a warning. Because that way they know if they want to spend 10 minutes on a question, they really can, but we still have X number of questions.
100% agree to that. My point was just think about an average of about 3 minutes per question.
That was not a
We're
disagreement.
in complete agreement.
Yeah.
We're in complete agreement.
I'm hearing the same thing, just fleshing it out a little more to the flexibility piece. Okay, and Ms. Carter.
Yes, I just had a question. It's not about the process per se, but I noticed one of the candidates did not submit a letter of interest, which was the one of 3 items that was required to be submitted, I thought, to be considered. So I was just wondering if we've received that after the time frame, or do we
Yeah.
know the status of that?
Well, and thank you for bringing that up. That was something, we had, if someone submitted that was out of the district, that was an easy call because they were not eligible. When it came to these other candidates, if not all of the requirements were there, but most of them were, I wanted the board to have that discussion. My thought personally was that we would take that under consideration as we weighed all the candidates, but I wanted to hear from members of the board and their thoughts on that, because I didn't feel that it was my decision to make.
Thank
Yeah.
you. If I could, the way I see it is that there are certain things which are just required by law to be eligible, living in the district, for example. And so there, if you don't actually live in the district, I think that disqualifies you for the process and things we set up. We're asking for those, and it might very definitely affect your evaluation of the candidate, and I think that's your right to. but I don't know that we automatically exclude them because of that. So that's where I'd come down on that. I don't know if folks disagree or, I mean, I think it's definitely something to consider and
Seeing
evaluate.
some head nods. Yeah.
I guess for me, I just see in what's listed as number one to be submitted, and it has a time frame, and I just looked at it differently because it's number one on the list and we didn't receive it. But, you know, I'm open to just folks taking that in consideration, but for me, that was where I was coming from. I just felt like it's number one, we should be receiving it, and if not, I just thought everything had to be received.
Yeah, I agree with the chair that it's a board call. You certainly have two options. One, to say all of the information wasn't submitted and therefore the board can elect to say, no, we're not going to proceed, or to take it into account as you decide how you want to vote and weight it as you see fit. It sounds to me like there appears to be, unless anybody else wants to speak, a consensus. If not, Ms. Carter, you sort of would prefer to exclude or not, but a consensus appears to be to wait, to just use it to go to impacting each board member's decision or not. Because, I mean, if it needs to come to a vote, it needs to come to a vote.
I mean, I guess I see it a little bit like public comment. We allow any public comment. We consider public comment before we make a decision. I see this as sort of public comment. We're going to make a decision based on the entirety of the record, as you suggested, Mr. Haggerty. That's what we're looking at. So I think we could create more harm than good by excluding someone from being able to. I mean, at this stage, they need to be considered.
Yeah, I guess to your point, Ms. Carter, I mean, at this time, I'm landing with Dr. Martin. I would have preferred to deal with this before their interview time, which is in a few hours, I mean, today. So I think you bring up a good point. And actually, initially, when I reviewed them, I think I had more of a legal perspective, even though I only play a lawyer in my day job. I'm not really one like Mr. Haggerty and Mr. Bullenberg, but I was like, well, legally, they only have to live in the district. So again, I think to your point, it is something, and me and the chair have talked about this, we probably should document it if board members have very strong feelings about process. Otherwise, we end up in this place of we all made an individual decision about how to move forward with things. And so I certainly think it's a recommendation to the board. Hopefully this board doesn't have to do this again, but definitely perhaps a recommendation to process.
Any further thoughts, questions, concerns? Okay, Ms. Allen, I think we are ready for our first candidate, Mr. Cranston Artis.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Artis.
Good afternoon.
I'm pronouncing your last name correctly?
That was perfect.
Okay. Thank you for being here today and for your interest in this vacancy on the board. I just want to walk through some of our process today. We've got 45 minutes for this interview. The 10 questions that will be asked of you are in front So if you're a visual person or if you want to follow along as board members are asking questions, feel free. We have 45 minutes for the totality of this, so we're going to give you a few minutes to introduce yourself, and then we'll jump into questions, and at the end, give you a couple minutes at the end to follow up with anything that you feel like we haven't covered or you'd like to add in a conclusion. And I'm just going to give a 10-minute and maybe a 5-minute warning. We're not going to time you per question, so just so you know, the flow, if you're averaging the time, it would be like 3.5 minutes a question, but we're not holding you to that. So if you want to be more brief or expand more, you are welcome to do so.
Okay.
So, again, thank you so much for being here. And if you want to take a few minutes to tell us a little about yourself.
Sure. First, thank you for this opportunity. I'm excited, not just for what this may mean for me, but for our communities and children across the county. Cranston Artis II. I'm a 20-plus year educator. Started out at North Carolina A&T, graduated and went to Chicago and was there for a number of years and matriculated through the system, from the classroom to instructional coaching, and worked in the central office as well. Started kind of exploring some entrepreneurial pursuits and started consulting, working with different school districts and organizations. Came back to North Carolina, wanted to be closer to home, closer to family, and really started to explore other avenues of education as it relates to how to impact students and teachers. And so that's led me to different opportunities, both in business and the community. Helped start an organization here centered around addressing equity with the district. And recently I've been able to help start or co-found a company that's focused on improving the student teaching process that I'm really excited about. And so that's kind of me in a nutshell as far as education is related. Very passionate person as it relates to not just what our communities need, but how institutions of power can leverage their resources to support those communities. And I have always sought to be a positive contributor to that process and want to continue that today.
Thank you for that. So we'll get started with the questions. Can you please describe how you see your previous professional experience being an asset to the work of the Board of Education?
Well, obviously, as an educator, I know what it means to be a teacher, an instructional coach, an administrator. Working as a consultant, I've had to look at how systems across a school and even a district have to work together and function. I also worked here at the state level at DPI, so I have an understanding of the kinds of resources that the state tries to deploy to different districts. So I think that's probably the bulk of how my experience can support the board. But I also feel like, again, as an entrepreneur, having the kind of business perspective of how do we most efficiently allocate resources, how do we satisfy those who we are serving. I think that's another perspective that I think can benefit, or I know can benefit the board.
Thank you, Mr. Artis. As you know, we're in the middle of developing the next strategic plan. And so could you describe, one or two specific strategies or initiatives that you would advocate for in the upcoming strategic plan? And I'd encourage that description to give us a little bit of the big picture why for the initiative, and then also a little bit of an idea of how that might be operationalized.
Okay. One of the first things that pops to mind is something that in visiting and listening in, particularly on recent school board meetings over the past year, concerns that parents have about, I guess you could say, market share. So just the kind of tussle between traditional public, charter, private schools. And I think that one of the things that one of the strategies that we can use to address some of the goals within our strategic plan is to start to create some connections with other entities like charter schools. So Coming from Chicago, I've had a strong experience with the unions there, and I know that the history of charter schools is very connected to trying to share innovation, right? And so I know it's not necessarily one of those things that's usually specifically outlined in a strategic plan, but kind of that broader view for me is, one, ensuring that students and parents feel as though the district is providing services that they need and want and are not just satisfied but excited about. Like, we want parents to be excited about their children being in Wake County Public Schools. And so if we can, the best we can do to engender that, I think is, or one of the things we can do is to provide some avenues for leveraging other ways of and methods of doing things. And I also feel like that will kind of quell some of the competition, because as a lifelong worker within traditional public schools, my children going to traditional public schools, I know that we are the foundation for education in this county, and that is what it is, and that's going to remain that way. But we can kind of strategically leverage our resources to incorporate the needs of more people that may feel left out. I also feel like, and this comes from my experience, not just as a black male educator, but as a parent, that equity is very important. And I think the strategic plan should also reflect the needs of students, whether they feel marginalized because of race, socioeconomic status, as well as students who feel as though those might not be factors for them not receiving equitable education, but that there are other issues that are concerns of theirs that might not come to the table in those normal equity discussions, but that we are able to address those, whether it's students wanting, additional support or enrichment within their classroom, outside of their classroom, and just try to create some support systems to leverage that. I don't know if that was kind of all over the place, but I feel like once you kind of lay out that bigger picture, as you all have with the planks within the previous strategic plan, you can start to drill down to some of those strategies, and that's kind of where my vision is. Mm-hmm.
I think it's my turn.
Okay.
Thank you for being here. What would be your top 2 or 3 maybe budget priorities to address the needs of all students, ranging from those who are academically challenged or those who are academically gifted?
So when I think of budgeting, obviously in the news, and one of the current issues that we've been dealing with are staff members seeking more compensation. And the board has been obviously willing to address that, and that's bus drivers, cafeteria workers, et cetera. So that's kind of the first one that I think of. And while people don't feel like that might not directly address students' needs, it does address the stability of the district, which allows the district to address their needs. So that would be one thing. Another would be teacher recruitment and retainment. And that's one of the things that I'm actually working on with a business venture I'm currently a part of, where we're looking at refining the student teaching process. But at the end, we're looking at helping districts connect with student teachers as they graduate, so they can start to create that relationship and make that hiring process easier for the graduates, and make the process of identifying talent for the district a lot easier. And so I think when that process is easier, then you're able to choose better from the beginning and be able to retain teachers as well. So I definitely think budget-wise, that's a priority. And as a growing district, facilities has to be a top priority. And I was kind of taken aback in listening recently to some of the facilities committee meetings around the process for renovations. So I didn't even realize that the cycle of how often we're renovating buildings is so often what it needs to be. And we're constantly thinking of building new schools, but we have to be able to maintain and renovate those existing ones. So those would be 3 of the priorities I would identify. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Artis.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here. I'm Christine Kushner, District 6, and my question for you is, what strategies can the Board of Education undertake to support effective teaching and academic growth?
So when I think about improving teaching, I think about my experience as an instructional coach. And one of the most powerful things I could do was building a strong relationship with the teacher. And I know that different districts have different processes for supporting teachers instructionally, but I think it starts with the principal and administrators as instructional leaders. One of the things that I encountered in Chicago and have seen in other places is that many principals are strong building managers. They can get the bills paid, they can manage a crisis when it happens, but when it comes to walking into a classroom, identifying, is learning going on? Is it the learning that's aligned to the standards? Is it is it where this course needs to go academically? And then being able to identify for a teacher, here's some things that I really liked, here's some things that you need to work on. I'm going to come back, in a couple weeks. I'd like to see this strategy that I'm handing you to practice and give you feedback on that. And I'm not saying that to say that principals don't work hard and don't have many other things to do, but being that instructional leader in the building, I think is and should be a priority, and that's kind of where that starts. And so supporting teaching and learning, to me, starts there.
Thank you. Chris Haggerty, School Board District 7. Thanks for joining us and putting your name in for consideration today.
Thank you.
As you know, Wake County is very diverse culturally, economically, racially, and I know you've done a lot of work in this area. As you transition, and if you're selected as a school board member, how do you envision your new role in providing equitable opportunities and outcomes for all students?
So a couple of the things that are going to be really important to me through the rest of this term, if I'm selected, would be, and this is of course an outgrowth of my work with the Community Equity Leadership Team, is passing a strong equity policy and then helping to support getting a replacement for Dr. Trice as Assistant Superintendent of Equity. Those two pieces going together, I think, are going to solidify or reestablish the district's desire to make that a priority. Not that it hasn't been a priority, but those two pieces are going to, in my opinion, help move that forward. And I think a couple of things we need to consider as far as making a strong policy is not just the process, but also measurable outcomes. And so when you think about process, there are just some conversations that need to be had. There are some practices that need to be in place that may not directly tie to any measurables, but you need to make sure that that policy blends both, so that whether it's, putting a number to teacher diversity or putting a number to students who are overrepresented in certain identifications, those are things that we can measure and monitor, while also understanding that there's a process for mindset change that needs to be supported, and a good blend of both is what I'd like to see, like to support.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Monica Johnson-Hoslet, representing District 2. This is a lengthier question,
Okay.
so feel free to either look along or ask me to repeat.
Okay.
Enrollment in Wake County Public Schools is impacted by growth and by choice. What are your thoughts about current and future assignment goals for WCPSS, which include the role of choice and selection, and how we make Wake County Public Schools the most attractive and best option for our families? And of course, feel free to provide any specific information as you feel it relates to District 4 specifically.
Okay, easy one. So I'm gonna speak personally here. So I have two sons at Ligon, and the discussions their mother and I had about where they were going to go to school were very much centered around school choice, particularly with us coming from Chicago. But I also have an understanding of the neighborhood, how a neighborhood and its makeup contributes to a school, having worked in mostly neighborhood schools. So what I've noticed at Ligon, and I'm sure it's not purely unique to them, is there's an interesting blending of that, those students that are there by choice and those students that are there within the neighborhood. And I think that is an opportunity to get that ratio right. So, and by that I mean there needs to be a concerted effort to ensure that the school culture is maintained in a way that those different populations are able to blend well. It would be nice if you could just kind of put people in a building and everything works out, but that's not the reality a lot of times. And if you just go by numbers on a sheet of paper, you could start to, blend schools however, and then say, oh, we've hit our mark. But I think, and this goes back to principals and school leadership, I think there's a certain understanding that we need to have of school culture and how to do that well. And when we can do that, then we can start to craft policies around school choice, neighborhood assignments that make sense, not just logistically and not just statistically, but as far as the culture of the schools are concerned. So that's kind of where my mind goes with that. You're welcome.
Okay. We are about 15 minutes in of
Okay.
our 45 minutes.
Okay.
And we're going to switch to magnet schools.
Okay.
Magnet schools have been used as a tool for avoiding high concentrations of poverty and minority isolation. What is your position on magnet schools, other schools of choice, and what other approaches should we explore as a district?
So I can't say anything negative about magnet schools from what I just said. Magnet schools are great. No, I would say magnet schools are an excellent option, particularly when we talk about the opportunity for academic enrichment. I mean, there are courses that my sons are taking now that they wouldn't have been able to take at the neighborhood school, which is not to say that we don't, care about the neighborhood school having those opportunities, but for those students who choose it, it's a wonderful opportunity. I think as a tool for managing the diversity of student population, I think it's a good tool coupled with the busing that's already taken place, but we have to kind of look beyond that as well. I think about the way that geographically neighborhoods are located near each other and how we may want to look at, take for example District 4, look at how some of the schools on the outskirts of that district may be a little more diverse than those towards the center, if you will, if you can imagine. And so think about how do we kind of rearrange assignments and manage our magnet school selection process so that we are giving those students on the outskirts opportunities beyond there, and then those in the center outside of that center. So essentially what I'm trying to explain is the busing piece is an important tool, but we also don't want lengthy bus rides. We don't want parents who feel as though, they're across town from where their child resides. We want people who are very invested and very engaged in their neighborhood schools. We want them to feel as though they can still have that kind of input and connection to their neighborhood schools. And so I think while we should continue to use magnet schools and busing as tools, we might want to start to rethink, and again, I'm not positing myself as an expert. You all have been working with this for a while. But there may be some ways that geographically we can start to connect different areas in ways that reduces the length of busing, but still provides certain options. And that may mean that we start to strategically place certain academies and academic options in certain schools purely based off of a specific area and what maybe the parents are requesting or some other factors for making that decision.
Welcome, Mr. Artis. I'm Karen Carter, representing District 9. Mm-hmm. About 70% of those living in Wake County do not have school-age children. What can be done to enhance interactions between the school system, the school board, and the broader community of Wake County who do not have children in our schools?
That's a good question. It's interesting because I feel like I tend to bump into, and literally this happened yesterday, bump into older community members, those that are retired, and they usually have a lot to say about what should or should not be happening in our schools. And I can respect their opinions. And again, to your point, some of them have never had any children go through the system. They're just, going off what their friends or say or what's in the media. I mean, I usually try to impart upon them some of my experiences in education, but I've found that some of the community organizations I've been a part of have kind of been that conduit. So I've been a part of political forums or community forums where information has been shared, and it might not have come directly out of efforts by the board, which and they may be things that or events or organizations that you're not aware of, and that's something that we can start to, or I could help support connecting to. But there are definitely opportunities and definitely people who aren't sitting back kind of with their arms folded and don't want to engage, but they do want to engage, but might need a bit of background information about how things work, but also their voices are important and they need to be heard. I mean, to your point, they are funding us just right along with us as parents. So I think that is important. I think there are ways that voice is being tapped into and can be increased going forward.
Frequently, there are competing issues among vocal groups that advocate about critical decisions the board must make frequently. Describe a situation in which you were required to make a decision where you had to carefully balance valid but conflicting perspectives. And through that example, help us understand your process by which you would come to a decision that balances the needs and desires of your constituents with the needs of the school system as a whole.
I wasn't aware of these vocal groups. What are you speaking of? Just kidding. Yes, very vocal groups. So that's a good question. I immediately think about a professional experience I had in consulting for a charter school, actually here in North Carolina, and the company that ran the school wanted to go in a certain direction. They wanted to essentially build out a very robust education technology process that their teachers just weren't ready for. And so my job was to take that vision and translate it into a plan that included me providing some of the instructional coaching to the teachers. And so I ended up having, in a sense, to be the snake oil salesman, where I had to take this idea that I knew operationally was tough to do, but try to make it work for them. So I saw, obviously, financially and professionally, the person that hired me as a consultant was my main stakeholder. But I saw the teachers as my constituents, because at the end of the day, I knew if they couldn't implement what he was asking, it wouldn't matter, and we would have wasted months, and we would have provided inconsistent instruction to students, and no one wanted that. So I kind of balanced pushing back on my client while also pushing the teachers to kind of see things in a different way, try to push them to step out of the envelope and try some new things. And I felt like in the end, we came up with a process that both improved the integration of technology into instruction, but also brought it along at a pace that the teachers felt that they weren't too rushed, felt that they weren't pushed to do some things that were harmful to children. And that made me feel good. It wasn't easy. It wasn't successful every day, but in the end, I felt like it was worth the work.
All right, and back to me again. Sorry. What is your understanding of the difference between the role of the Board of Education, the role of the superintendent, and the role of staff?
So I see the board as the organization, the body that enacts policy, kind of having that larger view of the district, both from personal experience and expertise and from the voices of their constituents, and the superintendent and staff as those that execute it, kind of like a company's board and their CEO and staff. I feel like it works best when the superintendent attempts to slide a little bit to that large-scale view, and think of things not just from a tactical execution standpoint, but from a policy standpoint. And it helps best when board members are able to slide over a bit and have more of that tactical boots on the ground execution kind of perspective. I think when that happens, it works best together. But that's kind of the view of it that I have.
That is the end of the round of questions,
Okay.
Mr. Artis. But if there's anything that you'd like to cover, to continue, we're 24 minutes in, so you've got a little bit of time if you want to take a few minutes and just let us know a little bit more about yourself, what you want to bring to this position.
Okay. I think one of the things that I would iterate is, again, my passion for equity and a strong equity policy and like I said, a strong leader for equity in the district being a priority of mine. It's something that I've worked on both in the community and here to help leverage and support board members in that effort. We have a track record of that being successful, and I think now it's a time to really solidify some of the work and goals that we had in the past, and then also kind of expand that vision to include some new elements. And I really feel like that is a focus that will both serve District 4 and serve the district as a whole. I feel like as board members, you do have constituents in the district, but you have to be a systems thinker. You have to think, how will this affect, how will this piece, this goal that I'm trying to enact for my constituents specifically, how will it affect decisions that we have to make for the broader district? And as long as you keep those in balance, then you can provide a strong level of leadership. And so I would say that's definitely something I want to be understood by you all, by others that I seek to lead is that that's a priority of mine. But in general, systems-wide thinking is something that's needed, and I'm ready to provide that. Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much for coming here today. We know this isn't easy, and appreciate you putting your name forward to for us to consider you for this seat. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Miss Allen will walk you back out. Thank you, Miss Allen. So we have about 15 minutes before our next person is set to arrive. I don't know whether they're here or not, and whether we'd like to move forward or just take a minute and in between and start at the time that's on our schedule.
Because it's a public meeting and the public have the agenda, I think we should interview the candidate at the scheduled time.
Does that sound good to everyone? Okay. So we'll just break for about 15 minutes and come back at 2 o'clock.
You know, she's pretty diligent, pretty responsible. We needed to change the picture,
Okay, it is 2 o'clock.
and I wasn't going to use it unless I needed it.
We have our next applicant being escorted in by Miss Allen. And this is Dr. Michael T. Williams.
Thank you.
Welcome, Dr. Williams. We will let you get situated. We appreciate you submitting your name and your information to be a part of this process and your interest in becoming a part of this board.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate you.
Just a few, to be upfront about process, let you know, we do have 10 questions. Those questions are in front of you. We've got 45 minutes total for our interview. We're going to start by giving you about 3 minutes to tell us a little more about yourself. We obviously have the documents that you submitted with us that we've reviewed. And at the end, we'll give you a couple minutes to maybe touch on something that you felt we haven't touched on or anything additional that you would like to add. Again, we have 10 minutes or 45 minutes, 10 questions. If you're spreading that out, it's 3 minutes per question, but feel free to be more brief or to expand. Don't feel like you need to stick to filling 3 minutes, and we will let you know when there are 10 minutes left in our interview so that we can either speed up or slow down or keep going. So you are welcome to take a few minutes to tell us a little bit about yourself. Thank you.
Wow.
It's a bit.
Yeah, it really is. First of all, thank you all for allowing me this opportunity to come and share with you. Mike Williams, been here in Wake County for 15 and a half years. So they tell me that I can no longer tell people I'm from Virginia because I've been here as long as I have. But I'm originally from Norfolk, Virginia. Have a bachelor's degree in sociology from Virginia State University, a master's in counseling from Norfolk State University, doctorate in educational leadership from Cambridge College with a social justice concentration that I just received in 2020. Written a book, I Count Two, Affirming Students Who Look, Love, Learn, and Live Differently. As part of Doc Williams 1, which is ed consulting, that I go out and do conferences, and I had the opportunity last year. I completed my first fall tour postdoctoral. Was able to do 14 workshops with a variety of organizations to include the Council for Exceptional Children, National Alliance for Black School Educators, and several other organizations, names Michigan After School Coalition, the Maine Association of Special Educators, so on and so forth. I was able to go out and to share with them ways that we could make our schools more affirming environments for everyone. You don't have to agree to affirm. I'm a Dallas Cowboy fan. Everybody can't be great. I see some of y'all looking at me like, oh, we don't want him on our board. But you don't have to agree to affirm. However, persons have a right to live how they choose to live and be how they choose to be. And so that's what I try to share with persons in the conferences. When we look at school violence, and we've seen an onslaught of that here lately because there's been a lot of social distancing and social isolation is what I really want to say. In terms of our guys coming back to school, our young ladies coming back to school, many of them who are already ostracized, that has been exacerbated now. And so we're seeing a lot more violence. They were already bad, they're upset and angry. They've been away, sequestered away from their peers. Now they come back. It's a lot more challenging now. And so schools have to really learn how to become safe places for all of the students that come there. And so that's one of the things I try to share with them through the workshops that I present. Currently, I work for the North Carolina Department of Juvenile Justice, where I serve as an educational consultant for student transition services. I work with young people who have been incarcerated and committed to our juvenile justice facilities. and try to link them with resources that they're going to need to be successful once they come back out into the community. Educational resources, housing, economic resources, mental health resources, so forth and so forth. If the families need counseling, I try to work with the families to access the resource they may need. In-home counselors, mentors, parent aides, so on and so forth, to try to get them those services to help them to be successful. Prior to that, I worked for prisons, doing the very same thing for adults. The difference between the adults and the children: adults can sign their own paperwork. Children, you have to convince parents that this may be what's best for your child, and sometimes that's a challenge because many of our parents are frustrated. You know, I just got them a few months ago. The parents have been dealing with some of these things for 15, 16, 17 years, and so they're like, look, I'm tired. Just get them out my house, and because I'm tired now. And then you got to say, well, you know, we want to have a good start. We need your assistance to help us to do that. I'm a licensed school counselor, licensed school administrator, and I even have a division superintendent's license as well. Ms. Moore's job, Dr. Moore's job, is very safe. Very safe. Very safe. But I do have a superintendent's license as well. I have served as a school counselor. I've also served as a special education teacher. I've served as an assistant principal of a charter school and interim administrator when I was with prisons at one of our schools while we were in between administrators there. I think that's enough.
Thank you for that, Dr. Williams. And we'll go ahead and get started with questions, which you also have in front of you if
Yes,
you want
ma'am.
to read along. So we'll get started. I'm Heather Scott. I represent District 1. If you could please describe how you see your previous professional experience being an asset to the work of the Board of Education.
I think the work that I have done in the community will allow me to give a more indigenous understanding of what's going on in person's homes and in their communities that sometimes educators may be insulated about because their primary focus is in the classroom and in the school building. However, having been working in the community, seeing how they live, seeing how they interact with each other, seeing the poverty. I mean, we have the statistics, but I've actually been in the homes to see some of the challenges that they have working with the parents, and seeing some of the challenges that they have, the frustration that many of them experience because they've had difficult children, and then the joy that some of them have when the children are successful. You know, I mean, even if it's small things, just to see them almost do a backflip because they may have had some challenges, but they finally turned things around. So I think I can bring that perspective here, still currently working in a somewhat of a school division. Now I don't know how many educators are on the board, but continue to work in the school division or somewhat of a school division right now to continue to be able to share some of the challenges and the concerns that teachers are having, some of the challenges that we're having with funding. Yes, there are funding challenges in DJJ, just like I'm sure they are over here in Wake County Public Schools. And so some of those challenges and some of the innovative things that we have done to try to make some accommodations in light of the funding restrictions and funding challenges that we have. You know, priorities are made oftentimes that may not necessarily mirror what the needs of the agency are. And so sometimes we have to be creative in terms of how we're able to meet the needs of our agency, given the funding limitations that we may have right now. And so I think I can bring that perspective to the board to share with you some creative things that we're doing to try to help get the needs of our students met. We have same types of students in Wake County are in DJJ. Matter of fact, some of them that I work with are from here. Same types of challenges, special needs children with physical disabilities, gifted students, quite a few gifted students who just made some very bad decisions and they ended up where they ended up. And then students who are just on target, you know, middle of the road type guys who just got caught up doing whatever they were doing to try to get their needs met. And so I think I can bring that experience to kind of share. These are some things that we're doing that we may want to look at trying to kind of get the needs of our students met. Now, we don't have nearly as many as Wake County, and I hope and pray we never do, not in our juvenile justice facilities, but we do have some students who have some challenges.
Thank you and welcome, Dr. Williams. I'm Jim Martin from District 5. Could you describe one or two specific strategies or initiatives that you'd like to advocate for in the upcoming strategic plan. As you know, we're starting to work on that. And as you describe that, can you give us a little bit of some kind of the big picture why for the initiative, and then maybe some ideas of how it might be operationalized?
So the first thing is really increasing parental involvement. Parents who value education produce children who value education. Just to kind of be somewhat transparent, I come from a household where my mother was 45 when she graduated from high school, and my pops never did. But they put in us, you're going to school and you're going to do right, and if not, there are going to be consequences. And it's 2022, so I won't tell you what the consequences were. And so that put a value of education. That put a value of education, and the 6 of us, and 3 of us have went to college and graduated. 2 of us have master's degrees, and I'm the only one with a doctorate, and I get on them all the time, like, y'all need to go back and get. But our parents put that value in us, that education was important. So we went to school and we valued education. So how do we increase parental involvement? Well, Title I has a component there where resources can be allocated for family and for parental involvement. As a matter of fact, DPI when you all were probably audited last, they probably asked you what you were doing to engage and to involve parents. And so we'll utilize some of those Title I resources to try to get parents more involved. If transportation is an issue, then can we get, I know there's a bus driver crisis, but can we help them to get to the teacher PTA meeting, help them to get to the parental conference, parent-teacher conference? The resources are there to Title I. Can we redirect some of those resources to get parents more engaged? Because, again, engaged parents produce engaged students. So that would be a major priority of mine, to try to get parents more engaged, to try to get them more involved, and to redirect some of those resources that are there for that are already earmarked for parental involvement, to actually use those in a better way that we can get parents more involved. Second initiative, of course, is to bolster student achievement. I am a proponent of year-round schools. I just, when we look at our current school calendar, it was based on when we were agricultural and persons needed a summer to go out and work the fields. Well, I don't see a whole lot of that going on anymore. And so are we really keeping up with the times, particularly in District 4, where we have several schools that are not performing as well as they possibly could perform? If we looked at a year-round model, we would reduce summer loss, would increase student engagement, and then, of course, in District 4, there are high pockets of poverty in the community, where during the summertime, where there are limited resources there for children to find food and so on and so forth. Of course, the schools would serve as a safe place for them there, and then we could also help them to get the resources they need to reduce summer loss and bolster academic performance. 10 weeks out, if we took a 10-week vacation, many of us would come back and we would need a whole lot of time to kind of get things back in order like we were before the 10 weeks. But we're doing that with our young people now. 10 weeks they set out of school. 10 weeks they're at home doing whatever they're doing, not really engaged with academics. So if we looked at shortening some of that, giving them a fall break, and having a year-round experience, I really think that will probably help to bolster academic performance and get them more engaged in school. So parental involvement and doing some things, providing some research-based interventions to bolster academic performance, those are my 2 priorities. The resources are there already to do that, especially parental involvement, and through the academic performance, through Title I. There's some things about teachers and so on and so forth, but I only have 3 minutes, so I'll leave that there.
I'm Roxy Cash, District 3. And what would be your maybe top 2 to 3 budget priorities to address the needs of all students, ranging from those who are academically challenged, but also to those who are academically gifted?
Can I start with gifted first? Mm-hmm. Gifted students are the most underserved group of students in every school district in which I've ever served, because there's no legislation behind them. The legislation behind special needs children, IDEA, ADA, and so on and so forth, says you must provide these types of accommodations for special needs children. But gifted children, unfortunately, there's nobody there to say you have to provide these types of services, these types of accommodations for gifted students. And unfortunately, because many teachers are trying to make sure that every student is successful in their classroom. The gifted students often become teacher assistants, unpaid TAs. They have cooperative learning groups, and typically they put low-performing students in the group with gifted students, and the gifted students are really the ones who are kind of not teaching the class, but reinforcing some of the instructional strategies that teachers are there to do. So I think that we need to not necessarily have a separate setting for gifted students and for to sequester them somewhere else, but I think that we need to have more programming for gifted students to continue to challenge them. If you don't continue to challenge the gifted students, eventually they lose their giftedness, for lack of a better way to put that. It's just like, muscle management. After a while you plateau, and then you have to challenge yourself some more. So we have to do some more things to challenge our gifted students to make sure that they're going to be, they're going to stay as gifted as they are right now, and not necessarily just put them in a position to be a teacher aide. And I hate saying that because I understand, cooperative learning groups, that is what you're supposed to do, put students of mixed abilities in a group together to help them to assist each other. I understand that, but we have to do more to make sure that our gifted students are there. Then, of course, with special needs students, to make sure that they're receiving the accommodations that are needed, the accommodations that are necessary in order for them to be successful, because they have a right to that. There is legislation involved. But more than legislation, it's just humane. We all have challenges. Everybody in the room. I don't need to know what yours are. You don't need to know what mine are, but everybody has a challenge. And we learn coping skills, and we learn how to manage and modify those challenges. Well, these children, they need to get those accommodations so they can learn those coping skills and those coping mechanisms that are necessary in order to help them to deal with their challenge and maybe quite possibly overcome some of them. So making sure that we have programming available to continue to challenge our gifted students, and then making sure that we are actually accommodating the special needs children in the way that they need and so that they can be successful. If we don't help them be successful here, unfortunately, I'll deal with them in one of our facilities. They'll deal with them in the adult system, or we'll all be dealing with them by supplementing their income and their salary through our taxes. And so I think this is it's just a great use of fiscal resources if we can make sure that the students on both ends of the spectrum, the gifted students as well as the challenged students, are both receiving the services and the accommodations that are necessary. The challenged students to help them to cope with their challenges, and the gifted students to continue to challenge them. If we don't continue to challenge gifted students, we're going to lose them. They'll stop being gifted, they'll stop trying, they'll stop pushing, and they'll just become less gifted than they are. We got to keep challenging them. That's enough. You're welcome. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Dr. Williams. I'm Christine Kushner, representing District 6. I'm over here. Sorry about that. It's a little long. But, good afternoon. And my question to you is, what strategies can the Board of Education undertake to support effective teaching and academic growth?
I think a big part of that is ensuring that there's a relationship with the superintendent to see what the needs are of the persons in the school. I mean, she is the voice of the teachers, of the administrators, and of the persons in the school. So finding out what the priorities are. If it's more, I know we don't use a lot of books anymore, but if it's more books, then let's make textbook purchasing a priority. If it's more intervention specialists, then let's make that a priority. But kind of taking the lead from the superintendent to say, what are some things that you need? How can we help you achieve the results that we're expecting you to achieve? I mean, she's in the position, and we expect that, our students are going to be high performing across the district, that the academic disparities that may exist between persons of different colors, of different genders, that we begin to close and bridge some of those gaps. So what do you need to do that? It's hard for us to hold her accountable if we don't advocate for her to get the resources she needs to do the priorities that she set forth. So let's find out what some of those needs are. So again, some of mine would be closing the academic gaps between persons of color, as well as between persons of various genders, making sure those gaps are closed, and of course making sure that all students are receiving the resources that they need. But I don't know what she might actually need, or what resources are actually being allocated to make those things happen. So let's find out from her. That's why she was hired. So this is what I need. Let's support her in getting those things. Then once we get her what she needs, and if the results still aren't the same, then we need to have a conversation. But we've got to get her what she needs. And I'm not saying that's not being done. I don't know. But that will be my priority. So let's talk to her to see what her needs are, what the needs of her principals are, what the needs of her teachers are, and then let's help redirect resources to help her get her needs met.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Appreciate you coming out today.
Thank you.
So my question, as you know, Wake County is very culturally, economically, and racially diverse. And I know you have experience in this area, but in this new role as a board member, how would you envision this new role in providing equitable opportunities and outcomes for all students?
I think a big way to do that is you have to see the humanity of someone first before you look at what's on the outside. And if we look at all of our students, regardless of race, creed, color, gender, orientation, how they look, live, learn, or love, I'm giving a cheap plug for my book. In spite of any of those things, I think if we look at persons beyond all of these and to see that that's a human being, that's a human being. And if we treat everybody as a human being, equity won't be an issue. What happens is, in too many cases, we have our own personal biases, and so persons put their biases on other persons. So because you're this, then you're going to act this way, and I think this about you. Because you're that, you're going to act this way, and I want to automatically think this way about you. But we don't see them as human. So if we emphasize humanity over diversity, that you're a human being first. You know, again, being somewhat transparent, back in 2001, 2002, I apologize, I was in a car accident. I broke my shoulder, my leg, fractured some ribs, so on and so forth. I had 2 blood transfusions, 2 of them. I don't know whose blood is in me right now. Have no clue, no idea. I don't know whether the person was gay, straight, white, black, rich, poor. You know, I don't know anything about them. All I know is had that person not went to Red Cross or whoever they went to and gave 2 pints of blood, or how many pints did they put in me? Because I was just signing stuff. You know, just make me live, you know. But had they not did what they did, I wouldn't be sitting here right now, you know. And y'all probably wouldn't have came to my funeral because you didn't know me. But I wouldn't be here right now. I would be, you know, wouldn't be here. Because they did what they did, I'm here today. They saw this blood could possibly save somebody, and it did. That's why I'm here. So if I look at everybody as a human being, no matter how you look, how you live, who you love, how you learn, I look at everybody as a human being, I want to treat them fair. I'm going to treat them like I want to be treated. I read that somewhere. You know, I'm going to treat them like I want to be treated. And I think that would solve the equity problem. Unfortunately, persons don't always do that. We have perceptions about persons, and based on our perceptions about people, we treat them accordingly. And that's where inequity comes in. That's where it comes in. You know, you're entitled to your biases. You are. You're entitled to them. You know, I'm going to be a Cowboys fan forever. I'm entitled to that. But I don't have the right to impose my bias on you. And if we want to end inequality and inequity, keep your bias, but keep it to yourself. Don't put it on somebody else. I think that's how we solve the inequity problem, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Williams.
Good afternoon. Thanks for joining. My name is Monica Johnson-Hostler, and I represent District 2. I have the lengthier question, so I'll get started.
Yes, sir.
Enrollment in Wake County schools is impacted by growth and by school choice. What are your thoughts about current and future assignment goals for WCPSS, the role of choice in school selection, and how we make WCPSS the most attractive and best option for our families? And of course, feel free to provide any specific information of what you would include regarding specifically District 4.
Again, in terms of enrollment, and schools are centers of the community. And I favor community-based schools. Schools where you're able to go in the community where you live. To get somebody up at 5 o'clock in the morning and to bus them from Southeast to Wakefield, I don't know whether that's the best use of our resources. Now, then the question becomes about diversity. and how can we ensure diversity? Because, of course, South District 4, which encompasses quite a bit of Southeast Raleigh, and the Wakefield area or the Heritage area, they're two different types of populations within those areas. And so how would we deal with diversity? And I think some of that onus should be, I think we ought to become more concerned about making sure that Southeast Raleigh has the same resources that Wakefield and Heritage does, as opposed to busing a student from Southeast to Uptown. And I think if that was the focus, to make sure that all schools had the same types of resources based on their need, we would have a whole lot less need to do a lot of the busing that we're doing. Now, I'm not saying end busing altogether, but I just think that this is where I live. This is where I move and breathe and have my residence. So what you're telling me is that this school is not good enough for me. I got to go somewhere else to get an education. And I don't know whether that's the best message to send to our children. So I'm a proponent of that. That being said, the way that school assignments are being made now, I think parents ought to have more choice in terms of where their children go. That I know we're trying to manage populations and so on and so forth, but if we make all of our schools on the same level, that whether I go to XYZ school or whether I go to ABC school, that I'm going to have a quality education, I'm going to have highly qualified teachers, that I'm going to have instructors who care about me, that I'm going to have the resources I need to be successful. It does not matter what school I attend. I'm going to get a good education. Unfortunately, that's not a perception that many of our parents may have about our schools. They may think that going to school in this particular area is better than going to school in another area. So I think parents ought to have a choice. But if we made every school with highly qualified teachers, fully resourced as they need, give them the tools they need in order to help every child to be successful, I think we'll have a lot less parents saying, send my child an hour, 15 minutes across town, rather than keep them here at the school that's right down the road from me. The role of school choice, having worked in a charter school, the charter experiment, I think, when it was first introduced, talked a lot about best practices. And there ought to be some collaboration between the traditional school and the charter school to sit down and come together to find out, hey, what are you guys doing well? We can tell them what we're doing well. And let's all put this together to make this stew taste good. You know, unfortunately, they see us as competition. We see them as competition. And you don't sit down and have a conversation with your competition. Burger King doesn't talk to McDonald's about how they can make a better burger. But if they all realize that we're all serving food, let's sit down and find out how we can do this. You know, we all realize that we're dealing with the same groups of students. I mean, Wake County had the students before XYZ charter school had the students, you know, and if they bomb out the XYZ charter schools, they got to come back to Wake County. So let's sit down and find out what you're doing well. Why did Ms. Smith send her child to XYZ charter school? What was going on there that we're not doing here, and what can we do here to help Ms. Smith keep her child here? Not get mad at XYZ charter school because Ms. Smith sent her child there. Let's find out what they're doing. That was when the charter experiment was first started. That was the goal, to sit down and have conversations with charters, with traditional schools, and let's sit down and see how we can help kids. We've turned it into a competition, and it's McDonald's and Burger King, you know, instead of all of us working together like we ought to. And I haven't had lunch, that's, you know, so. But instead of us all sitting down together and we all seeing how we can work together to help kids. It's about the kids. It's about the kids, you know. And the same tax dollar that pays them, same tax dollar that pays us. So it's not like there's a separate pot of money for us. We're all eating out the same pot, you know. And so let's see how we can make the stew taste a little bit better if we sit down and work together. Now, we will probably find out, if we have more dialogue and find out some things, of course, smaller classroom sizes and so on and so forth. But if we sat down and talk with them about some things, we may be able to keep more of our kids here. Who'll keep more of our parents will be willing to keep their students with us. But then for the ones who leave, that might just be a better fit. They may need a smaller class. They may need uniforms. They may need some of the other things that they do in some of the smaller schools. You know, maybe they can't deal with going to school with 1,000 students. That may be a challenge for them. Particularly you have ADHD or some of these other challenges, that's 1,000 different stimuli. You're bouncing around all day long, and you don't have a chance in the class. So they may need a smaller environment. Understand that. But let's see how we can do some best practices. They can borrow from us. We can borrow from them. But in the end, the kids are the ones who win. Hopefully, they're the ones who win.
Thank you, Dr. Williams.
You're
And I promise you, as someone who grew up a Bills fan in the 90s, I'm not going to hold your NFL preference against you, I promise. We have about 17 minutes left, just
Yes, ma'am.
for a time check.
10-4.
Magnet schools in Wake County have been used as a tool for avoiding high concentrations of poverty and minority isolation. What is your position on magnet schools, other schools of choice, and other approaches that the district should explore?
Well, first of all, I'm very glad to see the influx of magnet schools within the county. When I first moved here, the goal, everybody was going to college, and I'm not saying everybody can't go to college, but everybody didn't want to go. And so we did not have a plethora of magnet schools back when I came in 2006. There weren't a lot of as many as CTE options as there are available to our children now. So I'm glad to see the influx of magnet schools that have happened over the last several years. I'm real glad to see that. In terms of avoiding high concentrations of poverty and minority isolation, I don't know whether going to if we set high expectations in every school, how poor a student is right now will matter a whole lot less, because they'll have the tools necessary in order to bring themselves and their family out of poverty. And I think that's where the focus should be, making sure that every school equips our children to be able to have a better future than the generation that came before them. So I'm glad about the positive schools and the schools of choice. I don't know how much research is being done or how much assessment is being done to ensure that. So Johnny wants to go to an IB school. Well, have we administered the COG Act to see whether Johnny has the opportunity to go to the school and to help him be successful? Because we don't want to send Johnny to an IB school, and Johnny may have some struggles that he may not be willing to do the work and take on the rigor that's necessary in order for him to be successful there. Or Sally wants to go to a CTE school to take up auto mechanics. Have we done a Holland assessment to see whether that may be a good career field for her? So I think we need to make sure that we're assessing our students to ensure that the magnet that they're choosing is going to be appropriate in terms of career goals, in terms of their future, based on their interests and based on their level of performance. And I don't know how much of that's happening. It may be happening. I don't know. But I think that we need to do a job of assessing our students to make sure that they're choosing magnet schools that are going to prepare them for the future. Not just because my friends are going. Not just because, I don't want to go to school down here. I want to go to school somewhere else, and so that's where I'm going. But make sure that they're going to a school that's going to prepare them for a career, for a vocation that's going to help them to take care of their families once they march across the stage and shake somebody's hand. So I'm all in favor of parental choice. I'm all in favor of school choice. I think we need more choices because, again, our kids aren't cookie cutter. We aren't cookie cutter. We're all different, and we need different accommodations and different types of instruction in order to be successful. I just want to make sure that when our students are choosing these schools, that they're making research-based and data-informed decisions, and that information is shared with parents. So if I want to go to the CTE school, that I have the aptitude as well as the interest in some of the areas of the course that we're offering there, and then I'm going to be successful. The worst thing we can do is to send a student to a school and they fail out, because then what options do they have? So I'm in favor of school choice. I'm in favor of the magnet schools, and the offerings that we have. I just don't know how much assessment is being done on the front end to make sure that the selections are based on data and not just on my best friend is going, and I want to go because I want to be with my friends. And we all know young people do that. So I want to just make sure that they're making choices, data-informed choices, and not choices based on other things.
All right. Thank you. Dr. Williams, I'm Karen Carter representing District 9. Nice to meet About 70% of those living in Wake County do not have school-age children. What can be done to enhance interactions between the school system, the school board, and the broader community of Wake County who do not have children in our schools?
Education is a lifelong experience. You don't stop learning once you get a piece of paper. And I'm not even saying have to go and get another degree or another whatever, but it's a lifelong experience. So as we make our schools centers of the community, where they're affordable, they're attractive, and they're inviting, I think we'll see more parents, whether they have children or not have children, being willing to come into our schools. What opportunities have we presented to them to say, hey, this is an opportunity, this is something that you can do, in our schools? What opportunities have we presented? Lunch buddies, reading buddies, hall monitors, teacher assistants. I know, budgets are the way that they are, and some of these things we can't afford to pay anymore. But there are persons out there, if we would just make the invitation, that they would be willing to come in and say, hey, I'll spend some time. As a state employee, we've been fortunate enough to get 24 hours a year community service leave. Typically, myself, I try to go and do proctoring for tests because I know how hectic it is during EOG and EOC time. And so they try to take a little bit of the pressure off to go and say, well, that's one body that you can put in a classroom administering a test, because I'll come in and proctor, because, that's what the law says we had to do. But I think if we gave more opportunities, for them to do it and advertise those. We need buddies here. We need persons to come in and read to the students. We need persons to come in and help our teachers to be successful. If we don't have, and just have some opportunities there for them to do it. And I think they'd be willing to come in. In addition to that, offer courses and classes that they may want to take to do some continuing education. And I used to get catalogs, they're probably online now, but you all used to send out catalogs quite often with the continuing education courses that were there. But to let them know that the schools aren't just for the children, they're for you also. And so we have these classes at night that you can come to. Going back to my mother, she finished her program through night school. She worked during the day, and at night she went to school. And my pops had to be there with us, and well, praise the Lord. But she went to school at night, to finish up her education. So let them know they're and not just GED or high school graduation, but we have, if you want to do MS teams, we have that at night. We have Excel classes. We have carpentry classes and basket weaving and all these types of classes that you can take at night. And let them know these are not our schools, per se, the school board schools, I should say, but these are everybody's schools. I probably didn't say that the best way, but the schools are for the community. They're not just for a few people. They're for the entire community. And so we opened it up and made them more inviting. And we gave them opportunities to say, we need mentors for our kids. We have these kids over here who are struggling behaviorally. Can you come in and maybe talk to them? Foster grandparenting, the last one I'm going to say, foster grandparenting is a great program. I don't know how much is being utilized here, but one of my buddies who, she's actually over elementary education in a school district in Texas, and they instituted a foster grandparenting program at some of their lowest performing schools where they had the most trouble. And they had seniors who were in high rises. They bust them in. Don't ask me how they pay for it, but they bust them in to come there. They spend a couple of days a week with the kids. The kids love it. They start calling grandma and granddad and whatnot. They enjoy that program there, and she has seen the performance in her schools go up. Discipline has been down because, of course, the grandparents come by, you ought not do that. And so, they've kind of taken on that figure with them, and it has given some tremendous results. But again, the community was given something to do. We need you to do this. We need this resource, and you can provide it for us. Fraternities and sororities, Masonic groups, Eastern Star chapters, have we reached out to them and made invitations to say, this is what we need?
Dr. Williams, I just want to let you know we have 8 minutes and 30 seconds
10-4.
left. I tried to get it at 10, but I didn't want to interrupt you.
10-4.
But I
Yes, ma'am.
just want to give you that time check.
10-4.
Sorry.
Thank you. But this is what we need. So I think if we make the invitation, I think we'd have more people to say, yeah, I'll bite. I'll come on in and help out. And then again, talk to them about all the classes that are offered. It may be online now, but I know when I first moved here, we used to get them all the time. All the time. I used to try to get my ex-wife to get into some of those things, but we try to get them all the time. We did. And it was really good to see all the classes that we offered here through the county. Really was.
Thank you. Frequently, there are competing issues among vocal groups that advocate about critical decisions the board must make. Describe a situation in which you were required to make a decision where you had to carefully balance valid but conflicting perspectives. And through that example, help us understand your process by which you would come to a decision that balances the needs and desires of your constituents with the needs of the school system as a whole.
I don't know whether specific examples, but I can tell you how I deal with conflicts. And when there are competing agendas and competing priorities, typically I try to listen to both sides, sometimes all 3 or 4 sides, and the truth is in there somewhere, but I try to listen to everybody's side and then come to some type of consensus to see what are some of the commonalities that exist between what everybody's saying. In many cases, we're all saying the same thing, we're just saying it in different ways. And so first of all, recognize to everybody that I acknowledge your right to what you said. I acknowledge your right to say what you said. I acknowledge your feelings, because that's what most people want. They want to be acknowledged. They want to be respected. And so number one, I acknowledge your choice, your decision, what you said in that area. But in addition, once you look at that, let's find out how we can come together. How can we bottom line this? You want lunch at 11 o'clock. Well, somebody else says 11 o'clock is too early. We want lunch at 12 o'clock. Well, somebody else says 12 o'clock is too late. We want lunch at 10 o'clock. Well, so how can we come together? The fact is, the kids need to eat. We want them to eat at different times. So let's look at the priority. They need to eat. What's going to have the least impact on academics, but make sure that the children get the nutrition that they need. Find a consensus there, and then try to work within that consensus to resolve the issue. Validating person's belief, because that's something that everybody wants. No one wants to feel as though I'm being dismissed. That well, he's just blowing me off. That's the quickest way to get into an animated discussion with someone. To feel like they've been blown off. I can just go back into times when I was working in schools and parents would come in and they'd be upset and they'd sit there and talk with the principal, and I would just know that when the voices were being raised, typically on their side, I know that the parent did not feel like you were listening to me. You hear me, but you're not listening to me. So let persons know that, yes, I'm listening to what you're saying. We may not 100% agree, but I heard you. I understood what you said. This is the situation. This is what we have to do. How can we come to a consensus? And I think when you put it out there that way, to ask persons, how can we come to a consensus? Typically, you can reason together. Now, I heard Colin Powell say some years ago that reasonable people disagree. And so we can have some disagreements, but what's going to be in the best interest of the children? Because that's why we're here. We're here to do what's best for kids. Our personal conflicts, our personal agendas, our personalities, none of that really matters unless it's being done in the best interest of the children. And that's what I would try to do in the event that there were some competing priorities, competing conflicts. What's in the best interest of the kids? Take personality out of it, take ego out of it, take perceptions and biases and all that stuff out of it. Is this what's in the best interest of these kids? And if it's not in the best interest of the kids, then, you might need to leave that on the other side of the door, because we're here for the kids. That's what we're here to do, what we need to do. What's in the best interest of the children.
We have 4 minutes left and one final question.
10-4?
Sorry. What is your understanding of the difference between the role of the Board of Education, the role of the superintendent, and staff?
So the role of the Board of Education is to kind of serve as a mediator between council and the superintendent to make sure that priorities and resources and whatnot are allocated to help the superintendent to get her priorities met, as well as to hold the superintendent accountable to make sure that she's being a good steward of the resource that we've been allocated, to hold from making sure that it's achieving the outcomes that are necessary, academic outcomes, that we're staying within budget, that we're not wasting money, that we're having clean audits, and so on and so forth. Now, and the role of the staff, well, typically, staff are redirected through the chain of command. Now, of course, we're there to serve as a support for the superintendent as she accommodates the staff, but when staff come directly to us with issues, we got to lead them back up through the chain of command. Because unfortunately, in many cases, Sometimes staff persons will go around the chain of command to get their needs met, and they'll play one against the other. Yes, listen. Yes, listen. Heard what you said. I understand what you said. Have you talked to your building level principal? Have you talked to your superintendent? Have you talked to the superintendent? Have you talked to your area superintendent or your administrators? And redirect them that way. But our number one goal, of course, we got to hire the superintendent in the event that there's a vacancy that comes available. But to make sure that they're doing things that are necessary to stay within budget and to ensure the academic outcomes that we deem are necessary, which is in the best interest of the children. That's what it's. I think that's what it's all about. And then to advocate to make sure that she has what she needs to be successful. You can't hold somebody accountable for something and you don't give them the resource to do their job. And so it's our job to say, hey, council, hey, board of supervisors, she says she needs this to help us be successful. You want these outcomes? We need these resources. Let's sit down together and have a meeting of the minds to see how we can get these resources to help us to get the outcomes that we need. Sometimes that's a conflicting situation. But again, going back to say, we're all trying to do what's best in the best interest of our kids, because they're all of our children. Whether we have them biologically or not, they're all of our children. We all pay taxes, and we all should be concerned about their welfare and their being, because somebody was concerned about us. So we got to give back and do that. So I think that's what the role is, to advocate and make sure she has the resources that she needs, and to hold her accountable for the outcomes that we're setting that's going to be in the best interest of our children.
And Dr. Williams, with the final 1 minute and 20 seconds, is there anything that you'd like to add?
Thank you so much for your time and your attention. Appreciate the opportunity to come and share with you, and wish you the best of success in choosing the next person that will represent District 4.
All right. Dr. Williams, thank you so much. I think we all appreciate you coming, submitting
for your
your
time.
name, and putting yourself forth to fill this
Thank
vacancy
you.
on our board.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allen will take you back out to the lobby. And we have a bit of a break as our next candidate has withdrawn. So we will see everyone back at 4 o'clock. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back. We are ready to start our next round of interviews for the District 4 vacancy on the Board of Education. We had a pause from about 3 o'clock on, and we will be hearing from Mr. Michael T. Farmer in just a moment. Good afternoon, Mr. Farmer.
Good afternoon. How are you all?
Good.
Good.
Welcome, and first of all, thank you for submitting your name for this position. We appreciate you putting yourself out there.
The way she phrased that, yes.
Our interview will be about 45 minutes. We have 10 questions for you, so about 3.5 minutes per question. I'm not going to tell you how long to take on each question. That's up to you whether you want to be brief or whether you want to expand more. I'll let you know when we have 10 minutes left. And again, thank you for being here and putting your name in for this vacancy. We're going to have you start with a share about yourself a little bit before we move on to questions.
Okay.
And then at the end, if there's anything you'd like to add or conclude with, if we have time, we'll allow for that as well. So thank you again for coming, and you are welcome to start.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Michael Farmer. I am a native of Wilson, North Carolina. I attended the public schools there from the beginning. I went to the university, did my university studies at North Carolina Central University in Durham, where I received a degree in accounting. From there, I got an opportunity to become an IT professional, and that was early in the IT profession. As a matter of fact, the term IT had not been coined yet. So I worked in private industry in Boston, Richmond, Los Angeles, and then I returned back to North Carolina and moved to Raleigh in 1992. I've worked in several industries, both public and private. I retired from the state of North Carolina a little less than 2 years ago with the North Carolina Department of Information Technology. I managed a team of IT professionals who supported the Division of Motor Vehicles, which is part of the Department of Transportation. So I have experience with state government, manufacturing industries, entertainment industries, finance industries, as well as public utilities. My children went to public schools, not here in North Carolina, but in other places. When I saw this opportunity, and it was just last week when I just happened to be reading some news and noticed this opportunity, I thought, since I do have a passion for educating young people, why not see if there's something that I could do to make a contribution. My high school from Wilson, and we're about to celebrate a significant anniversary, but we established a scholarship fund about 25 years ago it's a very small group of people, but it has been consistent, and we choose 2 students each year to award a small scholarship to. We choose these students based on the fact that we think we could jumpstart something in them. And it's been a success for us. So education has been good. My kids, well educated. All of them have done well with their education. So it's a passion. I know that any opportunity that I've been afforded is because of the education that I received in the school systems. I also, having a 43-year career in IT, has seen the evolution of the need for education to evolve over the years. Finding people with the right skill sets is not an easy thing to do in these times. So, so knowing that we have to either train them on the job or find them and already prepared. But the education has to be a key part of developing those talents. Okay, so I don't have a background in education, but I do have a background in management and solving problems. So I think that the education system has some problems that I can help solve. So that's why I thought I'd look at this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mr. Farmer. We'll get started with our questions, and I'm Heather Scott. I represent District 1.
Okay.
The first question is, describe how you see your previous professional experience being an asset to the work of the Board of Education.
Okay, so as I mentioned, my experience is in information systems, and I've worked in a lot of industries in which I was not necessarily the subject matter expert, but what I learned to do is to work with a team, identify what information is needed, what talents are needed to get a problem resolved. So I've got management experience. I worked in state government, so I know the roles of interacting with all levels of government. Following and staying within the guidelines of statutes and policies within government. And I also believe that being able to analyze data can help you come to solve any problems that are identified. So all of that background, working with people, managing those people, gaining their support, and delivering results is what I do.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. Jim Martin from District 5. Could you describe 1 or 2 specific strategies or initiatives that you would advocate for in our upcoming strategic plan? As you know, we're in the process of developing a new strategic plan. And as you think about that, if you could describe maybe sort of the big picture why of those initiatives, and then maybe how you might actually operationalize whatever that initiative might be.
Okay. I looked at the website, and I saw where there were specific goals and visions that the board has adopted as part of their strategy. Now, again, I looked at some of at the dashboard, there were some things that just jumped out at me. With some of the percentages of as measured for completion of some of these goals that the board is trying to reach. I saw that 88% of your students are proficient in technology, as described. 88%. That's very impressive. Yet, only, I want to get this right, only 28% were ready, had the scores for the ACT that were able to pass the ACT. only 57% had a GPA of graduates had a GPA of 3.0 or more. And critical thinking was only at 50%. So the question became, why? Okay, this tells me what's going on, but to answer the question of why, there has to be some deep dives into the data and analysis. So following students from a very young age through their career and looking at why these things happen is something that I would think would be part of the strategy, should be part of the strategy, to get those numbers up. Kids are 88% proficient in technologies. That's Facebook. Is that using Facebook? Is that using Instagram? We need to use those talents for something to help with the critical thinking. That's what I would gear my thinking toward.
I'm Roxy Cash, and I live in District 3. Yeah. And my question is, what would be your top 2 to 3 budget priorities to address the needs of all of our students, ranging from those who are academically challenged to those who are academically gifted?
Well, whether the students are categorized as challenged or gifted, they would have special needs, I would say. And so allocating the proper resources for those students based on what those needs are would be where I would want to focus. Now, attracting and retaining good staff, whether teachers or supporting staff administrators, is going to be where I would think some of that budget should be targeted. And the ratio of students to teachers to students, however that's termed, would probably be a very good place to start. But again, from my perspective, I would spend a lot of money developing a method of tracking students from their entry into the Wake County Public School System until they graduate, and developing a process of training staff to be able to identify opportunities, whether these students are successful or not, to identify why what is happening with them is happening, and use those lessons that we learn to go ahead and use that throughout the school system.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, Mr. Farmer. I'm Christine Kushner, and I represent District 6. My question for you, sir, is what strategies can the Board of Education undertake to support effective teaching and academic growth? Variations on similar themes.
Yes, yes, because I'm starting to feel like I'm saying the same thing over. I'm responding the same way, because if I know that as a student progresses through the school system, I mean, there are going to be certain things in pre-K that we would want to focus on, certain things in elementary that you would want to focus on, middle school you focus on, and in high school. So again, utilizing analytics and what the needs of those students are, I would develop strategies that would be able to track and respond to those. And we'll go to an IT terminology where we establish a baseline. You say you know where you are when you establish a baseline, and then as the versions after you take the time to look at the version compared to what your goals are, then you make adjustments to those strategies, and you look at the individual child, if possible, or at least the individual groups of children that you're trying to improve their performance, for whom you're trying to improve their performance.
Monica,
Mr.
oh, sorry about that. Monica Johnson-Hosser. I represent District 2, and I'm going to switch it up just a little bit, to talk about enrollment. Enrollment in Wake County Public Schools is impacted by growth and school choice. What are your thoughts about current and future assignment goals for WCPSS, including the role of choice in school selection and how we make Wake County Public Schools the most attractive option for family? Of course, feel free to add any specific information regarding District 2.
District.
Sorry, 4. 2 is my district.
right.
You can all, I mean, they overlap.
Okay. All right. Could you hone in on what that was a long question.
It is. And it's, if you're like me, it's also in front of you, but it's really asking
Yeah.
if you'll give, it's number 6.
Number 6. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Assignments for the schools. I would think that the people come to Raleigh because Wake County. I don't want to leave Cary and those other people out. People come to Wake County because of the reputation of the school system, so they know that there are good school systems here. But they choose a neighborhood based on what schools are in that neighborhood and what they think their families, their children, what their needs are for education. I would not want to have to send my child a long way from home to get the educational opportunities that I want afforded to them. So having lots of schools in a particular district will with lots of different options of what that school focuses on is probably what we would want to happen. Now the growth since I've been here has been phenomenal. So I don't know if the process of building additional schools will ever be able to keep up with the growth that's going to be forecast for families in this area. So, and I can remember when things were growing, when I was in school, they would add trailers and all kinds of stuff to house the students. I don't know if that still happens or not, but that is probably a concern. So, but again, if you don't have the staff to support that growth, you've got a major issue. So forecasting, going back to my next thing, being able to forecast the growth and allocate the monies for that growth is where the opportunity is going to be. But staying within the neighborhood is still really important for the child and the families, and also keeping the families from having to send children in different directions in the same household in different directions is something that we would not want to do. So that's what I think would be the attractive option for families, is to keep their children close to home. Keep things as close to home as possible.
Sorry, Mr. Haggerty.
No problem at all, Ms. Johnson-Hosler. Hello, Mr. Farmer. Welcome.
Thank you.
I'm Chris Haggerty. I'm the representative from District 7. And, like you talked about Wake County and Raleigh being a big community, it's also very, very diverse racially, culturally, economically. So when you come into this new position, if you're selected for the school board, what do you envision your role would be in providing, equitable outcomes for opportunities and outcomes for all students in Wake County?
I would say trying to keep the same, or as close as possible, the same opportunities in every school within a particular neighborhood or district. So the needs, I mean, I know that some of the school funds are allocated based on property taxes. Is that correct? So in some of the areas where you get more revenue because the property taxes are higher in that area, and we would need to make sure that other funds can be distributed to neighborhoods where the property taxes may not be as high, so that we can keep a balance in the amount of resources that are allocated to each school. And I think the resources should be probably based on the fact that the number of students in the school rather than the amount of revenue that is generated from the local, from area taxes. So equity and resources is what I would focus on in that. Now, diversity, if we're talking about diversity based on demographics of the students, then we may have to do some other types of incentivizing. If we say we have a particular area where the demographics are predominantly one way or the other, there may be some other opportunities to shift that. And you may have to utilize other government agencies to do that shifting, like I don't know, the housing authorities or the Department of Revenue, or even when you're trying to attract certain industries, not the school board, but the state itself, in attracting certain industries to the area, that they shift some of those resources or those buildings in an area where they attract a diverse environment. Now, these are long-term goals. They don't happen overnight, but we're here for the duration, so that's what I would say we do.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. And Lindsay Mahaffey, and I represent District 8. Magnet schools have been used as a tool for avoiding high concentrations of poverty and minority isolation. What is your position on the magnet schools, other schools of choice, and what other approaches should the district explore? And just for a time piece, you've got 24 minutes left, so.
Oh, lots of time. Okay. Well, magnet schools, I wish all schools could be a magnet school. I mean, that, or at least that there are magnet schools. Magnet schools would be based on, maybe you could have multiple subjects or focuses in a magnet school rather than one or two, that you increase the focus of magnet schools to include languages and technology, or those kinds of things, so that the population of those schools can be spread out, and then we're giving families, again, a choice or more choices as to where to focus their educational needs for their particular family.
Hi, Mr. Farmer. I'm Karen Carter. I represent District 9 over this way. About 70% of those living in Wake County do not have school-age children. What can be done to enhance interactions between the school system, the school board, and the broader community of Wake County who do not have children in our schools?
Well, those of us who don't have children in the school at the time, we still have a stake in the education of the children in the community. I mean, we believe that the outcomes of the education of our kids will have long-term effects on the communities that we live and love. So we have to get away from the what about me, and looking at this from a personal perspective, but about the wider community. So we could encourage other activities from families who don't have kids at the school. I mean, there are opportunities for retirees to come into the school and share experiences with the kids. There are opportunities to help extracurricular activities for these students, and just a mentorship for some of the kids. Because again, we have to look at this as a community effort and try to shape the best outcomes for the community.
Sorry,
Okay.
I'm the next question here. Frequently, there are competing issues among vocal groups that advocate about critical decisions the board must make. Describe a situation in which you were required to make a decision where you had to carefully balance valid but conflicting perspectives. And through that example, help us understand your process by which you would come to a decision that balances the needs and desires of your constituents with the needs and desires, or with the needs of the school system as a whole.
Well, of course, I would look at the needs of our constituents, and the school system itself is not something I can speak to directly. But in my experiences, I have had quite a few conflicts with the needs of different stakeholders within an effort. One that comes to mind was in my position as a manager for the Department of Information Technology. We frequently get deadlines that are imposed by government bodies, legislature, state legislature being the primary one. So when a bill is passed, it will usually have an effective date, and that date is a mandate that you have to make these modifications or build these systems. There's a process by which we build systems that we want to follow and not skip any steps to deliver a quality product. Well, when the deadline is looming and the boss is getting a little concerned about not meeting the deadline, they ask, what steps can you skip? Well, and quality was, verifying that I have quality in the system was one thing that I didn't want to skip. Yet, that was the step that they wanted to skip. Just roll it out, fix it later. Well, that's a major conflict between what the public would want versus what the legislature would want versus what the management would want. So I would get all the relevant people at the table and discuss what can we do to make this happen. And this is what I did. We get this at the table. Well, I don't want to roll out something without quality. So we worked out a compromise where we rolled things out in phases. So you know what you absolutely have to do versus what's nice to have, and you can come up with a little later after meeting the deadline. So making sure that you get people's valid input. I mean, the operative word here was valid. They have a valid concern. Everybody has a valid concern. But how can we make this a win-win-win situation? And so you develop strategies to do that kind of thing. There are certain things that, we like to deliver the whole package. But if you can't deliver the whole package, look at what's absolutely necessary and make sure there's quality in each of those and deliver some of the components a little later. So developing a compromise situation is what you do.
All right, and back over this way. What is your understanding of the difference between the role of the Board of Education, the role of the superintendent, and the role of staff?
I believe that, well, all of this is part of the team with the same goals in mind. the Board of Education, I believe, is governed by state legislation and the Department of Public Instruction. So they have to develop policies that are governed by those institutions, and develop budgets that that have to help be used to meet those those policies. The superintendent, I think, is executing those policies that are established by the board, and of course the staff is a supplemental unit that everyone from the teachers to the cafeteria staff to the bus drivers they're all instrumental in making this work, because again, this is the entire team. It's a holistic approach to fulfilling the same goals.
Mr. Farmer, once again, we would like to thank you for coming here, submitting your name, and taking the time to speak with us and answer our questions. We do have some time left, so if there's anything you'd like to add before you go that maybe we didn't touch on that you'd like us to know about yourself, feel free.
Well, again, thanks for the opportunity to put myself out here. And I know that I may bring a different set of skills that may not be the traditional skills for a Board of Education, but I do think I could bring complementary skills to this group.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming in.
That's it.
Ms. Allen informed me before we let Mr. Farmer in that our next applicant is here. So I know we are on a schedule, but also just wanted to ask, do we want to invite our next applicant to come in sooner? Yeah. I'm seeing some head nods. Okay. So if Mr. Grant King is ready, we will see him next, and we'll let Ms. Allen know when she comes back. Ms. Allen, if Mr. Grant King is here and ready, we can bring him in now. Yep, thank you. If he's ready. Yes, if he's ready. Otherwise.
Is your microphone? Those are the questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Grant King, and thank you for accommodating us to come a little bit earlier.
Yes.
Appreciate you submitting your name, wanting to be a part of this board. It's not an easy thing to put your name forward in this manner or in an election, so thank you. Just a few housekeeping rules so you're aware. This interview is going to be 45 minutes. It will be timed. There will be a total of 10 questions. I'm not going to time each question, so you can be as brief or expand as much as you want, but I will let you know when there are 10 minutes left in the interview. We'll give you about 3 minutes beforehand if you want to introduce yourself a little, tell us more about yourself than what we were able to see in your folder. And then at the end, if there's time, we'll let you add a little more that we may have missed or that you'd like to expand on that you may have stopped or thought of later. So thank you again, and tell us a little bit about yourself, and then we'll move on to questions.
Good evening, Chair Mahaffey, Vice Chair Haggerty, and board members. It is a pleasure being here this evening. I'm Mr. Grant King, and currently I am a Wake County Public School System employee. I was born and raised in Brooklyn, New York, so I'm a Brooklyn native. And I am a product of Wake County Schools. I graduated from Garner Magnet High School. And I also went to Wake Tech Community College as well, and graduated with a certification dealing with special education. Also, I currently serve as the proud chair of the State Board of Education Subcommittee with the advocacy of our instructional assistants and our educators across this state. And then lastly, I currently hold the second vice presidency with our Teacher Assistant Association. And what we do is advocate for IAs across Wake County. And as you know, many of them are Wake County employees. Hopefully this evening I will be able to share with you some of my envisions for the board and hopefully regarding the strategic plan for the future as well. Again, thank you so much.
Thank you. And I forgot to mention the questions we're going to ask are in front of you, so if you need to recall them back, they're on the tape.
Thank you.
And good evening, Mr. Grant King. I'm Heather Scott. I represent District 1. So we'll get started with if you could describe how you see your previous professional experience being an asset to the work of the Board of Education.
Well, I believe that with the prior experience, of course, that I bring, I've been a Wake County employee going on almost 3 years. And within that 3-year term, I was able to work in the capacity with child nutrition. I was the assistant supervisor overseeing, along with the supervisor, with our students receiving lunches and preparing and advocating for different menus and different things of that nature. And shortly thereafter, I applied for an IA position in special education. And of course, serving as the classroom assistant, I work with students with IEPs and making sure that they have the best education that they could possibly receive, making sure that their goals and objectives are met within the state and federal guidance. And then, of course, outside of that, I advocate for other educators across this state regarding teacher pay, regarding making sure that their voices are heard at the table when it comes to other issues with working conditions, making sure that they have the fair opportunity to do their job more effectively, and above all, making sure that they can do the very best regarding their students. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Grant King. Jim Martin, District 5. As you know, we're in the middle of working on the new strategic plan. So if you wouldn't mind, please describe one or two specific strategies or initiatives that you would like to advocate for to be incorporated into the new strategic plan. And as you think about the description, if you could help us understand sort of the big why for the initiative that you'd propose, and then how might you actually operationalize it?
So, of course, thank you, Board Member Martin, for that question. When I read the previous strategic plan, I had to read over it twice to make sure I was understanding correctly. Far as the academic portion, I was reading that at least, if I remember correctly, 80 to 90% of students in the year 2020 were able to advance more in the technology sector of things, and at least I think half that were far as the future with technology and after they graduated from the school system and far as a career. And I think what I would propose far as advancing that is making sure that we have other, of course, the CTE courses and like including community colleges across the state to kind of make sure that with the partnership, like having different other opportunities outside of what the school system can provide, so that when they do go into the workforce and apply for certain positions, whether it's technology, education, or whatever the case may be, that they would be having a best shot at their startup in the career.
Hi, I'm Roxy Cash, District 3. My question is, what would be your top 2 to 3 budget priorities to address the needs of all students, ranging from those who are academically challenged to those who are academically gifted?
So what I would do, or recommend rather, is to make sure that we are able to retain our educators and staff who work especially in those kind of classrooms, because without that, I mean, without that support, I mean, I work in a self-contained classroom, yet alone. So that's the main, that would be one of the first things that I would start with, Board Member Cash, is because I see people leave all the time. Even at my school currently, I see that 3 to 4 members of the staff at my school have left in the special education sector, from what I understand. And so starting off with that, making sure that we are paying the living wage, making sure that the working conditions are fair enough, making sure they're having the resources to make sure that when our students do graduate, definitely from the high school level, that they will be able to have not only the resources and the tools necessary, but to make sure that they have the fair shot along with many other things that would enhance their future. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Grant King. I'm Christine Kushner, District 6. And my next question for you is, what strategies can the Board of Education undertake to support effective teaching and academic growth in the classroom?
Well, well, I am currently in the classroom, so it's a lot of things come to mind. And going back to what I stated before, as far as making sure those resources are there and the staffing, making sure that when everything is said and done, that our students and families will walk away with something that they could say, Wake County did X, Y, and Z. And so with that, I think the retaining of the staff and the teachers especially, making sure that they have the tools necessary so that when they do teach, they could be successful. And so when the students are being taught and learning, they could be successful as well. And so with that, I think the board could continue to improve based upon what not only educators say across the state, but making sure that other opportunities are able to be advanced within the teaching profession.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Grant King, and thank you for your work in the classrooms and your continued advocacy. It's good to see you here today.
Thank you.
As you know, Wake County is quite diverse, economically, racially, and culturally. Now, if you make this transition, from the classroom out and becoming a board member, then you're going to have a new role. So how do you envision your new role would operate in providing equitable opportunities and outcomes for all of our Wake County students?
Well, Vice Chair Haggerty, thank you for that question, because I was thinking about that yesterday when I spoke to many of my other colleagues that I've worked with for many years. And I think the transition will be a good one, because I feel that I will be able to bring more to this table with the advocacy work that I currently do, and making sure, if appointed, I will make sure that our students and our families and our faculty and staff come first, because if they do not come first and we put other things before them, how are we to function, right? So I think that when I do make that transition, I will continue to make sure that the tools, and not only the tools, but the things necessary to make sure that everyone can succeed, not just a few here and there, as many would say. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, thank you for joining us this afternoon. My name is Monica Johnson-Hostler, and I represent District 2. Again, the questions are in front of you. This is a lengthy one. Enrollment in Wake County Public Schools is impacted by growth and by school choice. What are your thoughts about current and future assignment goals for WCPSS and the role of choice in school selection, and how we make WCPSS the most attractive option for families? Feel free to respond with specific information about District 4 as well as the overall county.
Thank you, Board Member Hostler, for that. I spoke with a lot of parents across this county, definitely in my district. And I've been hearing that if they, let's say the family has 3 or 4 kids, and they're all being assigned to a different location for learning, right? I don't know how to put this in a better term, but the parents are probably wondering, how are they going to be able to accommodate making sure that they are all learning, because every school is different as far as how they operate. And so that's what I think about when parents tell me that they want to be able to stay within at least one school, so that not only the social and the development, but the academic piece as well. Because believe it or not, when they get to high school, believe it or not, they're going to be, if they're scattered across, like their friends and all of those who they interact with throughout the day, teachers, staff, that's a big impact right there. And so I do believe that every parent across this county and across this state should be able to register their child or their children where they deemed and see fit.
Thank you, Mr. Grant King. I have the next question, and just so you know, you're you've got 30 minutes left total, so. Magnet schools have been used as a tool in Wake County for avoiding high concentrations of poverty and minority isolation. What is your position on magnet schools and other schools of choice, and what other approaches should the district explore?
Going back to what I stated earlier, and I appreciate that question, going back to the families having to figure out what their child is learning and trying to pinpoint on what, not only on what they're learning, but their social and emotional development, the mental health portion as well. Also, I believe in magnet schools, I graduated from one. And so I do believe that every magnet school should be able to have an IB program, which I was under for quite some time. I did take advanced courses while in high school. And so, far as the poverty and the minority isolation, I think we need to have one open public forum for parents and for the community to have their voices heard from this body, from this Board of Education. And I believe that's important because they would be able to share their thoughts and their ideas as far as how should the board actually proceed when making these type decisions on these type of issues.
Good afternoon, Mr. Grant King. I'm Karen Carter. I represent District 9. About 70% of those living in Wake County do not have school-aged children. What can be done to enhance interactions between the school system, the school board, and the broader community of Wake County who do not have children in our schools?
Well, I do think that those who do not have children are a valuable asset to the school district. And when I worked in New Jersey with the Autism Society of New Jersey, we had community outreach programs for those who did not have children but contribute to the school system as a whole. And I believe what we done, especially when I was assistant director back then, we were able to have open conversations about what the board could do to advance student growth from student population to overcrowded schools, and to our educators that work with those students in the classroom. So I do think that we need community involvement a little bit more during that process. Thank you.
And this is another lengthy question, so it's nice to have it in front of you. Frequently, there are competing issues among vocal groups that advocate about critical decisions the board must make. Describe a situation in which you were required to make a decision where you had to carefully balance valid but conflicting perspectives. And through that example, help us understand your process by which you would come to a decision that balances the needs and desires of your constituents with the needs of the school system as a whole.
So, of course, serving as chair of the State Board of Education subcommittee with our educators, of course, we hear from a lot of parents in the community, and we do have public comment. And a lot of those public comments are basically made about IAs and those who have left and how things could be done to improve the retention of those support staff that work in those classrooms. One thing that I remember before I even decided to run for District 4 was a parent came to me outside of that meeting and had asked me about, of course, the mask mandate that's been required by this board and by the state. And of course, I was on a commission earlier on in the pandemic, of course, appointed by Governor Cooper and the State Board of Education. And what I explained to the parent what our role is more of an advocacy type role, and that the committee and I would look into it. And so I believe having those key people at the table that could expound on certain decisions regarding definitely like the mask mandate, regarding educators and regarding everyone's role, having those right people is very important. And that's how I would make any decision, is by having the right people at the table. Thank you.
All right, last one. What is your understanding of the difference between the role of the Board of Education, the role of the superintendent, and the role of staff?
Well, I believe that this Board of Education and the superintendent, of course, have the same goal, which is to make sure our students succeed when they leave the system. But the roles are slightly different between the board and the superintendent. The superintendent's role is more so of execution of the policies and of different things that are governed by the NC State Board of Education, the General Assembly, the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction, and also by this Board of Education when certain policies and decisions are made. And this board pretty much is governed by the state legislatures and by the State Board of Education and the Department of Public Instruction. And together, you all work in a bipartisan way to make sure that certain decisions are implemented and make sure that it is the safety and well-being of our families, our educators, and our students.
Thank you, Mr. Grant King. We certainly appreciate you taking your time. We know you're extra busy these days in the classroom. We have 23 minutes left on the clock, but if you want to take some time, if there's anything that you'd like to circle back to, anything that we didn't touch on that you'd like us to know about, please feel free to take a couple minutes in order to do that.
Thank you. Again, Chair Mahaffey, Vice Chair Haggerty, and board members, I would like to say thank you for the work that you all do for myself and for many other educators across this county. And if appointed, I will continue to serve the community and the students and employees and the educators of Wake County. And it is my hope that if appointed and if chosen, that I will continue to work with each of you to make sure that we all reach that one common goal, and that is to make sure our students is successful for when they do leave the school system.
Thank you very, very much for
Thank
coming in
you.
today. Well, our attorney has the ballots, so I'm going to wait till he gets back before we get to our action item on the agenda. Well, we have 4 candidates to choose from. Absolutely. Take your time in voting. Mr. Blumberg has already scratched out our candidate that withdrew, so we aren't. And
Now, Chairman Mahaffey,
yes.
I know that all the applicants had submitted, the applicants were asked to submit personal statements, and there were letters of recommendation and other things that we received that we've been able to consider. Are those going to be available in the public record?
Mr. Blumberg? I believe so.
Those are public records, yes.
Yes, okay.
Great, thank you.
Just as a reminder, just to repeat what we had said earlier, please only vote for one of the individuals on the form, sign your name, and then send them around. I know Chairman Mahaffey had asked me to repeat that at the end, so I'm doing it. I recognize that you know that, so
No
thank you.
ranked choice voting. No what? No ranked choice. I'm not going to say it again because I don't want to confuse anybody. Just vote for one.
Sorry. Chairman Mahaffey, would you like me to do the tabulating, send them to me, or are you going to take care of that?
I am okay with you being in charge of that, Jonathan.
Thank you.
I trust your counting skills. Please sign your ballot and put your name on it.
By a vote of 7-1, congratulations to Mr. Artis, the second, for being selected by the board to fill the vacancy on the board. And I'll kick it back over to you, Chairman Haffey, about the next steps.
Okay, well, our next steps are for, unless Mr. Artis is on Twitter or watching this, congratulations to Mr. Artis and a sincere thank you to every single person who put their name forward, who sat in front of us, answered our questions. This is not easy. This is a different kind of difficult than running a campaign, but you are coming in the middle of things and having to share your knowledge in a very intimidating environment. So a huge thank you to Dr. Williams, Mr. Farmer, Mr. Grant King, for taking the time out of their day today and this past week to get their items together to sit before us today. So we will call Mr. Artis and let him know, and he will be sworn in a special called board meeting before our work session on Tuesday so that he can fully participate in our work session and our next board meeting. So thank you very much to everyone here. I know these aren't easy decisions and certainly appreciate all that you've done on this Friday. And to Ms. Allen for getting all of that done in a very, very quick turnaround. We thank you, and I'm sure the folks in District 4 thank you as well to make sure they have representation as quickly as possible. With that, anyone has anything else to say? We can also entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay. Okay, a motion from Ms. Johnson-Hassler, a second from Ms. Scott. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor to adjourn signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? All right, we will see you on Tuesday. Thank you. And stay warm.